Hi, everyone. Welcome to Get It. My name is John, and I'll be your host for the evening. Now, Get It is where we come together to think about life's biggest questions over good food and honest conversations. Now, the big question that we're going to be asking today is, where do I belong? Sometimes in life, we might not feel like we belong anywhere, almost like a puzzle piece existing in a specific shape or form, unique but not fitting in anywhere. And if you look, even if it looks like you could blend in. Now, this could be something like being included in a lunch with your colleagues, but they only talk about past stories at the company before your time. Can anyone here relate to that? Or being at a family reunion dinner, but being the only one who has nothing to brag about. No new job, no new car, or no new baby, but still being part of the family. Now, humans innately, we all want to fit in, somewhere where we can belong. And according to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, when you have a sense of belonging, a place where you can speak of as the right fit, that's when you can say, this is where I belong. I'm in the right place. But being in the right place can also mean being with the right people. Close friends, a romantic partner, or even family. And so that's something to think about as we go on throughout today's Get It experience. Now, as we think of how we belong or where we belong, I'm going to need your participation on this next part. Because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be exploring this topic through a game. And that game is called the Starter Pack Trivia Game. Now, the rules for this game are simple. I'm going to show you 3 images, and on the last image, as soon as I show you the last image, you're going to guess which person or type of person fits these images, okay? So we're going to be doing one as a sample. Okay, so I'm going to be showing you 4 images right now. Let me show you the first image. Okay, now these 4 images. Now, in your head, just try to guess what person fits these 4 images. Are you ready? I'm going to give you 5 more seconds to think about it before I show you the answer to this. Now, ready? I'm going to show you the answer in 3, 2, 1. Let's show them the answer. Asian Auntie Starter Pack. Now you know how it works. I need 3 volunteers. So each table can send 1 representative. The first 3 up on stage will get to participate. Now, there's something in it for you because if you win, you will get a special prize from our kitchen team. So there is something to win. First 3 up on stage. Okay, we've got 1. We need 2 more. 2 more up on stage. You come. 2 more. I'm telling you, you won't want to miss out on this prize. Anyone? Yes, okay, we've got 2. Let's give it up for the second participant. 1 more, just 1 more. It's just a chance to win. 1 more. It can be from any table this time. Don't worry about just sending 1. 1 more. Anyone? Or maybe, okay. Maybe we'll play, okay, I see 1. No? Okay, we'll play this round with 2. Now, could I get the mics for today up? Thank you. Okay. Could you guys introduce your names to everyone? Yep. Okay, again. Got it. Done, yeah.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Jun. I'm from table 7. Nice to meet you guys. I'm here to win the prize. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Jun. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Hans. I'm from table 6. Nice to meet you.
Okay, let's give it up for Hans for table 6. Okay, now, as I show the images, I'm going to show them one by one. Now, you in the audience, you can shout out suggestions. But on the last photo, only they can guess. Now, whoever guesses it correctly first or the closest, you will win the prize. All right? Okay, so let's get started. Let's show the first image. Okay, can anyone see what this is? Seems to be a car with its headlights on. Okay, so any suggestions so far? No? Let's go to our, what was that? Alarm light? Lala? Okay. 2, let's go to our second image.
And the last one, we have to guess what the answer is.
Okay, I think you're starting to get a picture. Let's go with our third now. Okay, so that could be bad driving. It could be not yet, not yet.
Yeah.
You don't have to guess yet. Now our fourth image. No turn signal. Looks like what it could be. Now, okay, on the count of 3, I'm gonna count to 3 and I'm gonna show the last image, and one of these two will be able to guess first, okay? Do you understand? You'll be able to guess as soon as you show the image.
Okay.
Now, ready? Can I get a drum roll for the audience for the last one? Drum roll. 3, 2, 1. Show it.
Penang driver.
Did you say Penang driver?
Penang driver, yeah.
Penang driver is the correct answer. Let's go.
Basically, like.
Let's give it up for our winner.
Oh, the last one is like a Penang food. Yeah.
They're in deep discussion. You've won. Okay. Now, he has won some beef tenderloin for just his table. So you will be able to share it with anyone at your table, okay? All right. Let's give it up for our 2 participants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will have one more round. So who wants to participate? First 3 on stage get to participate. You'll still get another prize. Anyone want to come up? From any table. Yes, we've got one. Okay. Thank you. One more. We just need one more for the competition. Anyone? You'll be able to win it for your whole table. Oh yes, we do have one more. Here we go. One more? Anyone? Okay, you stand right here. All right, could you just introduce your name so we know who you are? Just name sets.
Drake.
We have Drake and
Daniel.
Daniel. Okay, now let's get the next image up. Let's look at the first image. You guys see it? So the first image is an old car, an old Proton.
Do we guess?
Not
now?
yet.
Oh.
So you guess after the third one. I'll do a drum roll and then you'll be able to guess, okay?
Okay.
Okay, next image is hangs out here. So where is that? I'll let you decide.
How many chances should we get?
Third one, the third image is active. I don't know if you can see it, but very active in WhatsApp groups. Could be some of you here. And now, could I get a drum roll for the last image? Ready? Drum roll. 3, 2, 1. Now you can guess.
Old uncle.
Ape.
Old uncle and Ape. Now, okay, I think I got a winner. Old uncle and Ape. I think I'm gonna give it to old uncle because the answer is Kopitiam Uncle. Let's give it up for Daniel. Congratulations. Thank you. You won beef tenderloin for your whole table. Will you be able to share it? Okay. All right. Thank you. Now we've seen what binds people together. So I don't know if you identify more with the Kopitiam uncle or the Penang driver uncle or any of them. But to the team who just won, or the guys who just won, I hope you enjoy your spoils. Because as we all know, as Malaysians, we are bound together by food in some sense. And that's why in our main dish that we'll be serving now, we'll be serving you chicken stew, a communal dish in which each one of you are going to have your own flatbreads. And you're meant to share the stew in the middle. Okay? So it's a communal dish in which you'll have to share with those around you. Right? So now as we eat, as the main dishes come out, let's think about what else binds people together. Share with those next to you. Where do you belong to? Is it determined by culture, an organization, or any of the stereotypes that we've just shown? And why do you belong to it? So think about that as we serve these mains to you. All right, I'll be back up after the mains.
Jerome, you send here, yeah. Marianne.
Of our Get-Its are carefully curated according to the theme of the topic. And this Get-It is not the only one for the year. We still have more. So check us out on our Instagram after tonight. And the Get-It experience is not just here, but it's also an extension of we also have an extension of our Get-Its called Get here. Part of the Get It experience is also the special performance that we have prepared for you. Now, this performance is not just for your entertainment, but they're designed to help you engage with the topic better. So as the performance team gets ready and gets themselves ready, could I please ask you to refrain from using the toilet during the performance item? And also, if you could scoot your chairs in so that to allow anybody going through the lanes, as our performance item team will also be going through the lanes. Right? So our performance item team will be getting ready and enjoy the show soon.
Tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain. I just called it piss. I just say, "Hey, Buster, I'm urinating on you," and you're just supposed to like thank me for it. Last night there was a big bombshell breaking.
Sup?
Hey!
Whoa, you really suit up for the briefing, huh? Hey! Oh. Hey, why, bro? It's the first day. Yeah, first day. What about the first day? Brother,
spot check day. Ben!
Thomas, we put up on the score!
Ben! Ben!
We're gonna get the merit points on the first day! I brought my phone to score!
Ben, this happened before, Ben. Ben!
I brought my phone to score!
Ben, calm down, Ben.
Thomas, today is the briefing for the new briefing intake!
Ben, just listen to me, Ben.
I wanted to be one of them!
Ben, it's
They look
not
so
the end of the
cool.
world, Ben. Ben! Ben, alright, I need you to sit down, right? Just calm down. Alright, look at me, okay? Okay. Sit down, Ben. It's gonna be okay, alright?
But how, Thomas? We put our phone to score!
Sit down!
I think I saw me use my phone just now! My phone!
Look at me, Ben. Look at me. What? Okay, breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, one more time. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay? Okay, now I need you to just calm down. Okay. Very high.
Very high.
Ben, I'm here, right? Just okay, one foot at a time. All right. Okay. All right. Whew, okay. It's gonna be okay, all right?
But Thomas, what are we going to do with our phones?
Ben, listen. We're just gonna do what I did last time. Okay?
Last time. Last time. Yeah. Good idea. What about last time?
Bruh, you watch so much Epstein and you don't know how the world works?
How?
Ben, there's always ways to hide, okay? It's just
what?
we need to ask someone for a favor again.
Oh, okay. Ask for a favor. Who?
Who else to always save us from our trouble?
Hey guys!
Claire!
Thomas.
Yay, it's the three of us again together. Oh, we miss you so much, Claire.
I know.
Wait, how long has it been? It's been 3 months, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Claire, you know, we thought you ditched us and found love in France and settled down.
Seriously, Tom? At 16?
Hey, but you didn't reply when you were away.
Also, did you gain weight?
Look in the mirror, Tom.
Claire, you gotta first move out of the way. You're blocking everything in sight.
Oh, you think you're funny?
Well, you felt that, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
I'm pretty sure you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I give up.
Weak.
It's called being kind. Oh, yes, Claire. Speaking about kindness, I kinda...
Oh! You need something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, say it.
So, we both kind of forgot that today was spot check day and we need your...
Oh! It's easy, Tom. Just do it.
Do what?
Stop acting. Do the usual.
Oh! I know what you want. I know what you want. Let's do it, Tom. Let's do it.
It's either that or good luck with your phones.
Okay, fine. We'll just do it here.
No. Nobody can see you here. Do it here.
No way!
Okay.
No.
Wait. Okay. We'll do it. Tom, faster. Go.
Fine.
me.
Yes! You're the best,
Claire,
Claire.
You're such a sadist. Did you know that? Like, why do you even enjoy seeing people beg you like that?
Well, I get the enjoyment. You both get your phones hidden. So don't act like you guys are not doing this out of your own benefits.
Whoa, deep!
Oh, no, isn't your friend?
What was that?
Nothing. Okay, real talk. I'm actually quite nervous about the new prefect's briefing later. Like, who would have thought that our new principal is our school's and country's most beloved self-made billionaire? Right?
Yeah, that's insane!
Yeah, I guess if you think about it, feels like it's the first time we've actually had a principal who knows how the world works.
Oh, how the world works. You mean like business?
No, man, not just business, incentives, transaction. The world runs like this. Always thinking win-win, and you don't have to think of it in an evil way. It's just if you have what they want it. In return, they'll give you what they have. It's just structured self-interest.
Exactly. Mutual benefit isn't exploitation.
Yeah.
Just like how the both of you would always need me.
Whoa, okay, deep. But real talk. He's a billionaire, right?
Yeah.
Do you think he's ever,
Ever what?
you know?
What?
Oh. Epstein Island.
Oh, statistically, the level of wealth will increase the proximity to those networks. It's just sociology. So maybe no, maybe yes.
Agreed. I mean, come on, guys, think about it. If I had the amount of power and money that he has, you guys will see me hang out with Epstein weekly. Oh, too dark.
Okay, but wait.
Sorry.
Why would he want to run this school given his status? He's not exactly glamorous.
Hello, he used to study in this school.
What? No way, dude!
And I mean, he does keep it low key. Have you guys not researched him? He was even the top of his batch.
He's a god! Woohoo, he's a god!
And he was the head prefect too.
Sheesh! Whoa, it's amazing.
I mean, I guess, yeah, that sounds amazing, but still though, everyone wants something. The question is, what does he want in the school now? Prestige? Power? Image? Or young girls?
Ew! No, that's so
Young
disgusting! Okay,
I
or...
mean, with this Epstein thing, you never know.
Hey, or maybe he just values formative spaces like schools and wants to shape young people.
Young people.
Young people, younger.
Okay, stop it, y'all. If you guys were someone who had actually read out on him, you would know that in his new article, the New Straits Times, he has plans on changing up the school and also taking up our motto seriously.
Sorry, did you just say our motto? You mean to go above and beyond?
Yeah. Hey, that's enough!
Okay, sorry. It's just that no one ever takes our motto seriously.
Well, he seems serious about it.
Well, what is he gonna do about it then?
Through a newfound sense of belonging for the new prefect intakes. Not something which unresearched and unpreferred prefect wannabes will understand. Oh my gosh, do you guys even want this?
Fine, Claire. Fine. I mean, I get you, but hear me out. I still think this motto is the most ridiculous thing our school could come up with. I mean, to go above and beyond, who does that? Look, everybody says that when they have money, they'll make the world a better place, but just look at this Epstein thing. Another example. Speaking as a dude, of course we want a girl that's all around smart, pretty, with personality, wife material type of girl. But the moment a hot chick walks by, there goes our standard out the window. And you girls always want guys who are masculine but gentle, bronze but not without brains, strong yet sensitive. But you and I both know you girls go for this over this 9 out of 10 times. Everybody drops standards. No one ever goes above and beyond. Heck, we even found Stephen Hawking in the Epstein files, a man who can't bloody walk. He's our brightest mind right there. Well, he sure went above and beyond, all right. More like above the clouds to islands beyond the shore. But, I mean, if people can really do that, to go above and beyond, of course I'd love that. It'll be like heaven. Perfect. Well, perfect does not exist. Although this newfound sense of belonging for the new prefects does sound kind of interesting.
All prefects and new prefects and prefect candidates, please gather at Lincoln's Hall to meet with the principal. Thank you.
Faster, he's here already, faster!
Good morning, students.
Good morning.
Looking good? No need to be so nervous. Neat. Good, good. Tidy. Nice. Well done. Well done. Prefects, huh? So all of you want to be prefects.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Do you understand the honor of being part of a group like this? I was the head prefect when I was in this school. And how I wish I could have done so much better. How I wish I could have done so many things better. To go above and beyond. That's our school motto. Imagine if every student in this school actually does that. I know it sounds unrealistic. I mean, some of you even made fun of our school motto. But I come to understand that in life, there is more to it, and that is to go above and beyond. And that is what belonging to this group of prefects is all about. It's not about status. It's not about achievements. It's not about just being good. It's about belonging to something bigger than yourself. So when you put on this tie, you are no longer acting as yourself. You are acting as a representative of something larger, something better, beyond your self-interest. And when the whole school does not go above and beyond, prefects do. You do. You who truly belong here. So, there will be tests. And these tests will reveal whether or not you truly belong in this body. To satisfy these tests, you will need to be holy. And that's what you're applying for. You understand? All the best. Claire, your fellow student of Lumina International School, Apple Wang, has been widely considered the school's hopeless delinquent. The fellow student of Lumina International School, Apple Wang, has been widely considered the school's hopeless delinquent. Besides having broken many school rules, her lewdness has caused distraction and discomfort among her peers. Alongside tainting the school's reputation. she has all grounds to be expelled. However, to honor the school's motto of going above and beyond, the test for you, Claire, is to do what it takes to set Apple on a better course. A better course will include no less than the school to stop receiving complaints from boys' parents regarding her behavior.
No.
Apple's attendance to be brought up to 90%.
90%?
Apple's grades this semester to hit at least a
3.5 CGPA? That's impossible!
May you go above and beyond Tan Sri Lim Shuming. Ben, Year 10 Emerald have been the worst performing class of Lumina International School for the past 3 semesters. Particularly, their test scores on mathematics have dragged the moving average of the school's combined mathematics score to an all-time low.
8加7加9 21啊
8加7加9，这20年算吗？
别搞错，兄弟，是17，
17
21啊
，28
你们不会算，你们不会算，为什么你对我啊？
为什么算？
我忍你很久了，我知道。我也是忍你们很久了啦！别吵了，别吵了，算出来了，是25。哦，25，来，15 ，OK，重开。
C 卡。
来。
This reflects poorly on Lumina, especially given its reputation among both the academic and corporate world in the field of mathematics. Your prowess in this subject, Ben, should serve the school's name well. The test for you is to do what it takes to help Year 10 Emerald improve their mathematics, with the result of bringing the school's moving average in mathematics back to its 2024 trend.
Okay.
May you go above and beyond Tan Sri Lim Shuming.
Okay. I can do it. Yeah, I can do it. Oh, I'm the best at mathematics. Oh, this is my chance to prove to the school that I can be a prefect. Oh, they're so cool. I can't wait to be like them. I must be like them. Woohoo!
什么鬼？
脑子有病吧你？脑子。
Thomas, I have come to be aware of your leadership prowess. The test for you is simple, though not easy. Ensure Claire, Ben, and the other probationary prefects uphold what is expected of them in their tests. Not merely in performance, but in spirit. You must see who truly belongs to the prefect body. When I was head prefect here, I believe leadership meant carrying everyone forward. I thought if I tried hard enough, spoke firmly enough, made intelligent and calculated decisions enough, the body will remain intact and the school will be better. I was wrong. Years later, after leading in far larger arenas in life, I came to understand something simpler. No one can be made to belong. A person either recognizes the voice of what is good and aligns himself to it, or goodness is not an ideal we admire from a distance. It is not optional. Without it, a body corrodes from within, no matter how impressive it appears on the outside. The decay will reveal itself.
Wow.
In carrying this task, you will not only monitor their tests, you too will be tested. Because to lead this body, you and it must not be separate. Its standard and vision must become yours. May you go above and beyond. Tan Sri Lim Shu Ming.
Great. Love that for me.
Hello, Leng Zai. See you later. Stop it, lah, Apple. Why are you doing that to him? Don't you feel disgusting?
Doing what? I'm very coward lah. If my inside sexy, my outside also sexy one. 你不懂的啦，你都不够美。
Everyday 美 sexy. Is that all you ever think and care about? What about your grades? What about your future? What about everything other than your boobs and ass, you bitch?
Whoa! Claire also know how to say bitch joke. But I prefer 小小 bitch. Indeed, you and I are same. 都是一样的. If I am 小小 bitch, at least I honest lor. What about you? You pretend like a perfect prefect. You are just such a da bitch!
Stop it! Stop it!
She's hopeless! Hopeless, can't you see?
Well, maybe, but have you tried visiting her home?
What do you mean?
You don't know what she hears every day, what she sees, what she thinks earns love. Parents shape more than we admit.
You expect me to psychoanalyze her for free? We're just prefects, not her therapists.
You're also perceptive and you're capable.
Thomas, I did my part, okay? I told her off, I corrected her. That's enough. Why must I go beyond that? We're just prefects, not social workers. And prefects is just a responsibility, a portfolio, a stepping stone. I got my own goals, I have competitions, I have everything that I need to do, I have my life. I did not sign up to carry up people who don't even want to walk!
But Claire, if we want to truly belong to this body, we gotta go beyond. You know, belong to beyond.
You belong to beyond.
Claire.
All right, let's try this again. What's the first step?
How about you tell us?
Okay, I'll tell you, all right? So remember, we subtract 5 from each side. So what's next? 12. Okay, good. What's next?
Next. Divider.
Okay.
By
great.
2.
Okay, great. So what's the final answer?
12除2 8. 8. Right.
No! We did this yesterday, and you still get it wrong. The answer is 6. 6. 6 啊，6 6 6 7. You think you're so funny? You think you're so funny, huh? My detention, my probation ends next month. You guys know that? I'm stuck here with all of you. I have to babysit you every day.
好啊，你真牛逼，好，给你他，我们打卡，Let's go。打牌啦。
I just want to be a prefect. I want to belong to them. That was my dream from the first day. I wanted to end the year as prefect. That was my plan. But you can't even solve a simple question like that. What's wrong with you?
Ben, get yourself together, Ben.
My life is ruined, Tom. I wanted to be a prefect. I wanted to belong to them.
Ben, did you see that?
See what?
They were listening to you. They were engaging. They tried.
They still got it wrong.
They still tried, Ben. You need to try harder.
Thomas, trying does not fix the moving average.
Ben, listen, I understand, but...
You know what, Thomas? I'm done.
Ben, you can't give up on them, Ben.
I'm done. I've waited for so long to be counted as one of them. And now that will never happen. There's no hope for me anymore.
Ben, if all you see is yourself, you already don't belong here.
What was that? I cannot believe he just said that!
Said what?
You know how many months I've spent on that bitch? Months. Almost even a year! I got her to stop sticking out with that guy. I got her to wear longer skirts. I got her to even wear lesser makeup. And she's not even spiraling and as impulsive as she was before. And you know what he did? He failed me. He failed me because apparently I did not try hard enough. What the hell does that even mean? He was like, have you tried visiting her? Have you tried giving her food? Have you tried giving your all to her? I did, but what else did he want? I gave everything to this. I sacrificed my time. I did not get to join my debate club. I didn't even get to join my swimming club. I don't even have enough portfolio hours for this. And my plan all along was to become a head prefect, just so I can boost my portfolio and go to Ivy League! And you know what he said? He said, I don't understand what it means to belong to that body.
Benjamin Lam Chi Kyong, you may enter.
What did he say?
He failed me. I can't believe it. He failed me.
What?
Ben, what is it?
He failed.
Ben,
He failed me! He failed me!
it's him, it's not you.
I just wanted to be part of them. I waited for so long. They look so cool.
Ben, what did he say to you?
You know what he said? You want to know what he said? He said my love as a prefect was not pure. That I loved the image of being a prefect, but I didn't really care about being a model student to the rest of the school. That hindered my ability to see true progress in the Year 10 Emerald Boys. And he said I gave up easily. What do you mean I gave up easily? I gave up everything. I memorized every formula. I explained every line. I stayed back every day for them. It's like he designs these tests. They're impossible. He designs these tests because he wants us to fail. We can't win. Go to hell, Lim Shu Ming!
Thomas William Tan, you're next.
Tansri, I don't fully understand what you're doing. And I don't want to insult your intelligence by assuming you are unaware of the impact of what you're doing to our future. You know the weight this carries for us. But you asked for my reflection, so I will speak plainly. I am frustrated. Part of me thinks what you're doing here is borderline unreasonable. It's so unrealistic. And it's so impractical. There's no other damn school that would expect anything like this. But I also understand. You make sense. And I'm scared that you're pushing an ideal of good that I fear exists. I know I'm nothing like that. You ask whether we belong, not whether we perform, whether we truly care for this body, not whether we look good in it or if it adds anything to our CV. I always prided myself on being realistic and cynical. It makes me feel perceptive and in control. But I see it now. All that it is me. Escaping from the truth that I'm not a good person. I see more than ever now. No one cares about what it means to belong. No one cares about this school. No one cares about what is good. All we care about is ourselves. And that includes me. Tansri, I'm not one to overshare, so I think I'll stop here. Thank you for what it was worth. I'll see myself out.
Thomas, wait.
Tansri.
You start tomorrow.
What?
Got me thinking of my time in school. They all failed to perform. Ben, Claire, and finally Thomas. Yet the principal still passed Thomas, despite Thomas saying in the end, "You are pushing for an ideal goodness that I fear exists and that I know I am nothing like that." Which character do you identify with the most? And what does it mean to belong? Have a good conversation.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to Get It. My name is Voon, and I'm really glad that you are enjoying Get It so far. Okay, so as we think more deeply about the topic of belonging, let's see what God has to say about it from the Bible. And now I'll be reading a passage that has been printed for you. Numbers chapter 5, verses 1 to 10. If you are new to the Bible, the chapters and verses are simply a way to help us navigate it together. The numbered sentences you see in the printout are the verses in this evening. Let me give you a brief background of the passage. It is a record of how God relates to his people, the Israelites, after saving them from slavery in Egypt. At this point in the story, they are traveling through the wilderness, and God is living among them at the center of the camp. So in Numbers 5, God gives instructions about who can live inside the camp and who must stay outside. So as we read, take note on what God requires of the Israelites. Numbers 5, verse 1. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Command the people of Israel that they put out of the camp everyone who is leprous or has a discharge, and everyone who is unclean through contact with the dead. You shall put out both male and female, putting them outside the camp, that they may not defile their camp, in the midst of which I dwell." And the people of Israel did so, and put them outside the camp. As the Lord said to Moses, so the people of Israel did. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel, when a man or woman commits any of the sins that people commit, by breaking faith with the Lord, and that person realizes his guilt, he shall confess his sin that he has committed. And he shall make full restitution for his wrong, adding a fifth to it, and giving it to him to whom he did the wrong. But if the man has no next of kin to whom restitution may be made for the wrong, the restitution for wrong shall go to the Lord for the priest, in addition to the ram of atonement with which atonement is made for him. And every contribution, all the holy donations of the people of Israel, which they bring to the priest, shall be his. Each one shall keep his holy donations. Whatever anyone gives to the priest shall be his." So based on what we've read, it's clear that the Israelites were required to live for something bigger than themselves. So as we prepare to listen to the talk later, share with one another, what does it take to be a person who lives for something beyond himself?
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Andy, and I just want to say welcome to Get It. Now, when was the last time you walked into a room and immediately felt like you didn't belong? Okay, I'll say that again as you're taking some time to settle. When was the last time you walked into a room and immediately felt like you didn't belong? Okay, some of you might say right now because you are in the church. Okay. Oh, I read your mind. Okay. I understand, okay? I don't take it personally at all. I get it, right? This is as much as we try to make this comfortable for you, this is a church. And I know not all of us here in this room believe in the same things. All right? So maybe you're like, okay, right now, I don't feel like I belong. But I hope as you watch the performance, as you enjoy good food with your friend here who invited you today, hopefully you're ready to think about life and ponder the big questions that we all always have, but we don't maybe talk about out loud. So when was the last time you walked into a room and immediately felt like you didn't belong? Now, this is a personal question for me. It's quite a big question for me because I moved around a lot growing up. So, usually when people ask me where am I from, I'm usually jealous of those of you who can say Klang or Subang, just say one word, and then you know all the kopitiam, you know which petrol station got what. But for me, it's complicated because although I was born in Bandar Utama, but when I was 8, my family moved to the US. And then I came back to KL when I was 12 to take my UPSR, okay? And then I went to Penang for high school, okay? And then when I was 18, I went to the UK for my degree, and then I came back. Okay, so basically I'm confused, okay? If you ask me where do I belong, I'm not really sure. There's a lot going on inside, okay? But I remember needing to adjust and getting used to new places. I remember when I first went to the UK, I was in the Newcastle Uni, sorry. And I remember my first time walking into the dorm, I was about to go into the lift, and then it opened, and then, the first smell that hit me was alcohol, and there was a bunch of dudes drinking inside. And they're like, hey, mate, come on in, join us. And I was shocked because it's weird. I was like, oh my gosh, are these my dorm mates? Am I going to have to, maybe I should take the stairs, because I'm shy, I don't drink. And those of you who know me, when I drink, I get super red, and I basically have zero alcohol tolerance, okay? So I needed to get used to it. But, after I came back from US, and when I came back to Malaysia, it was actually tougher for me to adjust to Malaysia because I look Malaysian, right? But having spent 3 years of my life in America, I wasn't very Malaysian. In fact, I forgot Mandarin. I forgot BM as well. And I just remember my dad saying, okay, Andy, we don't know what to do about your education, because they weren't sure. So they said, okay, you are turning 12, so you have to take the UPSR. Right? Back then, we had to take UPSR. So you basically have 6 months to study. Okay, 6 months. Okay. And I don't know any BM. I don't know Bahasa Melayu. So I was like, okay, let's do it. So I went to Kebangsaan school, and when I was in class, I basically struggled a lot because I don't understand BM, right? But every day I would have a list of words to remember. And I don't know how my parents managed to do this, but they got me a personal translator. I'm not joking. Okay, it's my classmate. His name is Amiro. I still remember his name. Because I'm so thankful for him, because the guy would just be whispering in my ear. He's basically translating instructions from the teacher so that I don't get too lost. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Amiro. But what happened is, I'm not sure if you all have experienced this, but there's something called the list. Okay, the list. Periodically, meaning from time to time, the school will paste a list of people in the class in terms of your ranking. Yeah. Okay, Gen Z, if you cannot take this, you can close your ears. I know this is it's stressful, okay? Because I did a poll, I spoke to a few of you, I found out that you do get your ranking, but it's a personal email, right? It's not a list at the front of the class where everyone can see who is where. Okay, I mean, can you imagine there are 80 people in a class? And imagine being 79 or 80. What are you going to tell your parents? right? You can't even lie about how many people are in the class. So the list was something that we were all stressed about, but it was really important to us. And I found out that I was basically, after the first round of results with Amirul's coaching and help, I managed to get number 40, I think. I remember I was in the middle out of a list of 80 people. Yeah, not bad, right? Not bad, right? Yeah, you should tell my dad, okay? Because he's not happy. Because my dad is like, hey, 40, what's this? Number 40 out of 80. And then, but I told myself, I said, Pa, you have to understand, okay? So guys, if you get bad grades like me, you learn to frame it in a certain way, right? It's about perspective, you know. So I said, Pa, you don't understand. Yeah, it's true, I'm number 40, but okay, although it's true, I am number 40, and it's true that I'm the last of the Chinese, but I'm the first among the Malays. Okay? Now, okay, please forgive me, but I was a kid, okay? I wasn't racist, I was just looking at the list, okay? But it's true, guys. At least for the school I was in, somehow I was first among the Malays. And even after that, Amirul was like, saya tak nak tolong kamu. You know? Kamu tolong saya lah, bro. First among the Malays. So, I thought, okay, maybe I can belong to the top. Right? Maybe I can get to the top 3. So I look at the list, because we have the names, right? And I remember it was 2 Chinese guys and 1 Indian guy. Okay, I only remember one of their names, it was Nicholas. And you know what's the good news? They were a group. So that means if I found out a way to join the group, I can be a part of the top, right? So back then, I'm not sure if you guys still play this, but it was a ruler game. So on the table, you guys know, like your ruler, you want to have your ruler to be the last on the table. So you flick the other rulers off, right? So I played the game, I practiced a lot, pretty good. Long story short, I got into the group. Okay, I got into the group. Yeah. So I was top 3, yeah. Not in terms of grades, but we were friends, okay? And I remember, although it was a 6-month period of my life, it was important because, well, I felt like I made it. I felt like I belonged. And no offense to Amirul, but at least I was with the top 3, okay? But I remember on the last day, they gave me a note. And I remember reading it, and I remember being really touched because each of them, okay, the top 3 guys, they each wrote a personal note to me. Oh, the reason why it was my last day is because I was going to Penang. Like I said, I moved around a lot. My parents was moving me to Penang for secondary school. So I remember I read the note, I was happy, but when I got into the car, for some reason I missed something that was on the back of the note. And as I looked at it, because I was so thankful for it, I looked at it, I saw the words, "We never liked you." And there were some swear words, but it was crossed out. And that hurt. Okay, that hurt because I thought I belonged. You know, I thought I made it, but in truth, they never really liked me. Okay, I'm not sure if this is the same for you, but I think friends is a big way that we all try to find belonging. And my point here is this: the fact that not belonging is so uncomfortable shows that we do all want to belong, don't we? I mean, if it's not friends, maybe it's family. There's so many options in this world, all right? And in fact, if you think about a place where you can just, relax, you don't have to worry about the way you dress, you don't have to worry about being judged by anyone, your parents will accept you for who you are. But even family, sadly, can be places of brokenness, all right? For example, I got married a year ago. Okay, I got married a year ago, and I remember at my wedding dinner, I noticed certain relatives not sitting together anymore. And I thought that was weird because there were 4, 5 siblings, but they were all at different tables. And after my wedding, I asked my dad, I said, "Pa, why are they not sitting together anymore?" And my dad explained to me, basically it was about inheritance. Okay, they were fighting over a $10 million building. And I remember hearing about this story when I was younger, but I never really understood the impact until it was my wedding, right? And I remember my dad explaining it to me this way. So obviously I can't share specific details, but basically one of my ancestors, okay, I'll say that, his sister, basically his business was struggling. and his sister convinced him to give up his half of the ownership of the building. And she promised him that she would pay him back in exchange for giving him a loan to help out with his business. Okay, but when that was done, she refused to give him back ownership. And now those 5 siblings are children of that sister. So after she passed away, apparently no one knew where the title deed was. Title deed meaning the document that proves ownership of that building. Okay? And this story particularly stuck with me because they were all accusing each other, but no one wanted to admit who had the title deed among 5 siblings. And at one point, one of the siblings had lung cancer. And he was telling them, guys, let's just sell it and then we'll split it, okay? Whoever had it, sell it and we'll split it. I need help for my treatment. But as you can probably guess, they stayed quiet, okay? They let him die. And even now, we don't know who really has it. I mean, my dad would tell me he suspects or he heard rumors that it was the oldest scheming with the youngest, but no one really knows. No one really knows. But my point is this, right? We want to belong, whether it's friends or family, but even in the ways we seek to belong, they're not perfect. There's something lacking. Now, some of you might think, okay, Andy, I know, maybe the problem is people. Right? So I focus on career, material prosperity, right? Because it's less complicated. It's just me, myself, and I, right? Just be successful. Maybe. I mean, I thought about this a lot when I went to Singapore recently because my grandma was there. And in Singapore, I managed to meet more relatives than usual, and I managed to see a wide range in terms of wealth. Okay, so just to give you a bit of perspective, in Singapore, 80% of the population lives in HDB flats. Okay, that's basically the government-owned property, and then 20% will either be private condos or they will live in landed properties. Those are the ultra-rich. Well, in my time there in Singapore, I managed to visit a HDB flat. One of my relatives were there, a private condo, and also this place called Holland Road. Okay, some of you might know it. Holland Road is where the ultra-rich are. And I remember when I was with my uncle on the first day, and we were in his condo, and he was just saying, I don't think he was boasting, but he was just dropping this fact to me. He was saying, hey, Andy, 20% of the people in Singapore, 80% of Singaporeans live in HDB flats. So, and I thought, hey, good for you, you live in a private condo. You did good for yourself. And I remember the next night I went to stay in the HDB flat, my other relative, and he was a bit ashamed because I had to take the LRT. He didn't have a car that he could drive me, whereas my other relative had that. But I remember when I told them I was going to Holland Road to visit a relative, their eyes lit up. They were like, whoa, Holland Road? Like, who is this? Who is this person? Because when I was in Holland Road, guys, it's nice, okay? Like, it's landed property. I mean, my whole time in Singapore, I felt like I was stuck, like it's just so tight. But in Holland Road, I felt better. Yeah. Like, there's more space, basically, I don't do this and kill 10 people, There's space, But here's my point, like, the HDB guy is looking at the private condo guy, right? And the private condo guy is looking at the Holland Road guy. And the Holland Road guy is looking at the Australia guy, and the Australia guy is looking at the guy in New York. Right? There's always going to be a bigger house. There's always going to be someone who has a bigger bank account. When does it end? Can we ever be fully at home, truly satisfied? Now, some of you think, okay, maybe the place we can find our belonging is in that one person, that your lover, right? The person who will accept you and love you no matter what. Be with you through the thick and thin. But as statistics shows, divorce rates are climbing. Many people have said, I will, right? But broke that promise. Okay, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying your partner will cheat on you. Please, I'm not condemning anyone. But I am saying it's true, isn't it, that we as human beings, as a human race, we don't keep our promises really well. I mean, how many of you would say that you're confident that you will never break a promise? I mean, I made a promise when I got married. I've broken that, okay? I didn't cheat, but I did not love my wife at many moments, although I said I would. And some of you might think, here my heart goes out to the Gen Z, because I feel like you guys see your older generation struggle, and then you think, that's why I don't commit. Right? Your strategy is, I don't belong anywhere, I'm just going to float, okay? I belong to myself, okay? That's safe. All right? That's why you cannot hold a relationship, you situationship. Right? You cannot commit. You partly rightly think that there's always something better out there. Okay, I think you are most right, to be honest. Okay, people bash Gen Z, but I think in this case you're right. There's something always better out there. But I do want to say, don't think that just because you don't belong somewhere, you have not taken root in anything, that you too don't seek belonging. In fact, I'll argue it the other way. The fact that you're always searching shows that you really want to belong, like the rest of us. And of course, lastly, the elephant in the room, right? The thing that we all know exists, but we don't talk about. The thing that no matter what you build your homes upon is the equalizer. It will end all of it. And that is death. Right? That sensitive topic that is not comfortable, you never bring it up at Chinese New Year. Right? Never. But it's true, isn't it? Because death means that none of our homes on earth will ultimately last. Right? Imagine if you make career your home, you build a successful business. What's to say after you die that business will continue successfully with the next generation? And death means that we and our loved ones will also one day die. So what I find as I think about your lives and mine is that we are all really trying to find a home. But the more we try, instead of being satisfied, we're always not yet there. We're always thirsty. We're always hungry. Because no matter how we try to find our homes in the things of this world, they don't last. They don't last. Now, the Bible, God's word, actually speaks into this situation. Right? Because I can even kind of hear your thoughts. Some of you are saying, Andy, why try to control something that you can't control, right? I mean, death, who can control? We don't know when it will happen, ma. So, all the success books always tell you, right? How do you want to be successful? Always control what you can control. What you can't control, don't worry about it, lah. Just be good at what you can control, right? I'm not asking you to control death, okay? I can't control death. I don't know when I'll go, same as you. But we're here to get life, right? We all want life. I believe I speak for all of us when I say that. We all want to get life. So how can you get life without at least thinking about death? Okay? And that's what we're all about here at Get It. We want you to get life. To get God and to get life. So let's look at what God has to say about this in His Word. Because look at Deuteronomy 8. Now in church, we have been going through a series on the book of Numbers. That's the book of the Bible. You're welcome to join us every Sunday. We'll be working through it. And Numbers accounts the experience of God's people, Israel. Probably heard a lot about them in the news recently. God's covenant people. Their time in the wilderness. And this was the lesson that God wanted to teach them. You think about the skit, right? Some of the lines that they said, I thought was particularly helpful to think about this. They're saying, what kind of test is this? Who can pass this test? Right? Now, God was putting His people through a test in the wilderness, in a place where we associate with death, right? There's no food, there's no water. He was teaching them what it means to truly live. And look at sentence 3. All right, look at sentence 3. He humbled you and let you hunger and fed you with manna, which you did not know, nor did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man does not live by bread alone, but man lives by every word that comes from the mouth of the Lord. Okay? Bread here doesn't mean roti, okay? 面包, just bread. Just like how, non-Chinese people, but I'll try to translate it, but Chinese people, we say 食飯, jiak peng. We don't actually mean just white rice, right? We mean food. We mean basic sustenance. Okay, so in the same way, when for them, for Chinese people, rice is basic sustenance, right? For them, it was bread. Okay, that was their carbs. So when God tells his people that man does not live by bread alone, he's essentially telling them, you don't live by just food, basic sustenance. And in fact, what you live by is every word that comes from the mouth of the Lord, your God, your Creator. And I think that immediately helps us with our struggles, right? Maybe the fact that we're always thirsty, even though we're drinking from this world, is because we're living by the wrong thing. Because you were not made, you were not designed to live by bread alone, by food alone, by what, if you think about Maslow's hierarchy, they put physiological needs, right, food, shelter as the basic. God is saying there's something more foundational to your being than just bread, than just food. In fact, it is His word. It's God's word. So think about it, like just imagine if you had a thirst problem. I'm not sure if this is a medical issue, but imagine right now if you were always thirsty, no matter what you drink, whether it's water or tea or fruit juice or whatever, you're always thirsty. In fact, the more you drink, the more you thirst. You would get it checked, right? You would think, maybe there's something wrong with my body. I need to see a doctor, right? So why don't you do that with life? Right? Is it not concerning that the more you chase career, maybe I'll be happy in a multinational company. Maybe I'll be happy if I can work from home. Maybe I'm happy if I work for a bank. But you're never happy, are you? Doesn't that tell you that there's a profound issue in our being, that we were made for more, that we were not made for bread alone? Like the skit said, to go above and beyond. Right? There is a beyond that we are meant to belong in, not just material needs. And I think we've been guilty of that, haven't we? When we just try to find our ultimate belonging in the things of the world. Let me try to illustrate this for you this way. Have you guys ever tried to, when you're a kid, pack your bags and walk out the house? Anyone there do that? Yeah, you did, right? Yeah, I tried that too, okay? You know you're in trouble when your mom help you pack your bag, okay? That's not a good sign, guys. If she help you put your stuff in, hey, don't forget your toothbrush, huh? And then as you pack, you're angry, you're walking out, and then, mom very sarcastic one, huh? She'll say, hey, you forgot your blanket. It's very cold outside, And I'm like, okay, I'll get my blanket. Okay. But eventually you give up, right? The moment you step out the gate, you realize, oh crap. Here was stupid little me thinking that my life was found in things, in what I packed in my bag. But I didn't realize that this woman that gave birth to me is my life. Okay? Like her words are my life. She's my mother. Who do you think do your laundry? Okay? Who do you think cook the food for you? Who do you think pack your bag? Okay? It's your mother. Now, isn't that the same with us and God? Because if you look at Psalms 24, look at where everything comes from. The earth and everything in it belong to the Lord. That's your answer, guys, tonight. You belong to God. You and everything else in the world. Just like how it was incredibly stupid of us when we were young to think that life can exist outside of our mom and her words. The woman who gave birth to us, the woman who gave us everything, basically. We are also equally foolish when we think that our lives are found in the things of this world, when there actually is a God who made the world and everything in it, who owns it. Because sentence 2, he laid its foundations. So it makes perfect sense that you will not live by the things of this world alone. Can you guys kind of see now? Hopefully I'm lifting up a veil for you. Can you now see why you're always thirsty? You've been drinking the wrong stuff. Okay? You've been taking good things in this world, but you've been ignoring the person that it all came from. Don't get me wrong, I know some of you might think, hey, you Christians, right, you just don't want us to have fun. Okay, you just want me to stop clubbing, you just want me to stop enjoying life. That's not true at all. I want you to enjoy life. I want you to get life. I'm not saying that the things of the world is bad. It's glorious. It's good. Right? Bread, there's no issue with bread. I'm saying the problem is you live for bread alone. You think that you were designed just for these things. But these good things came from a good creator. And he owns us as well. Your very design was to be found in God. We were made in his image. And that's why we are only truly at home when we are with him. Okay, let me try to help you with this idea that I've been thinking about. You know, imagine that you have a car, okay? And you love your car, you take good care of it. And imagine that you invest in engine oil, right? We all know cars need engine oil, right? Some of you're a bit lazy, you don't check. Okay, you should check every time you pump petrol, make sure the level's okay. But imagine every time you go to a petrol station, you get better quality engine oil, and you're taking care of a car. Now, does the car need engine oil? Yes. Without it, there's no lubricant, right? A car needs coolant. But does a car jalan on engine oil alone? Imagine you being frustrated with a car because you kept giving it engine oil again and again and again, when all the while what it needs is petrol to run, because that's what a car was designed for. Now, Psalms 24 is saying that we all belong to God, and especially human beings. You were made in his image. You were not made to live by bread alone. You were designed to live by God, every word that comes from his mouth. Okay? That's why you're never satisfied. Because you've been giving yourself what you need, yes, right? You need engine oil, cars need engine oil, but you've been missing fundamentally what you were made to belong to, who you were made to belong to. Now, Israel failed to learn this lesson in the wilderness. And, okay, you might be wondering how Israel is important in this case, okay? They were essentially a case study, okay? They are God's covenant people, and God chose them in the wilderness. God chose them, brought them out of Egypt, took them to the wilderness, in order to show them and us the state of humanity, the state of all of our hearts. Look at Deuteronomy 8 again. This was a test that he might humble them to know, sentence 2, what was in your heart. Now, before you accuse God of being cruel, like, hey, what kind of test is this, Let people starve and all that. Okay, hold your horses. Look at sentence 3. He let them hunger. Okay, hunger is different from starve. And he fed them. This is like, I think about this when I was young, and it was Chinese New Year, I wanted to just eat, and then my uncle stopped me. He said, wait, there's more important things than just food. You wait for everyone to come first. Then we eat together. My uncle let me hunger to learn that there was something more than just the food in front of me. And God is doing the same here. He brought his people purposely to wilderness, right? A place of death, essentially. A place where you would be deprived of bread, to teach them that man does not live by bread alone, and also to test them and expose what was in their heart. Now, this was a fair test, okay? because God was bringing them into a prosperous land. So let's look at Deuteronomy 8, verse 7. Now, although it's right, geographically speaking, that on the way to Egypt, you have to get through the wilderness, okay? But God had an agenda in that journey as well. The wilderness was meant to test them whether they will be faithful to Him when they enter a very good land. Okay? Look at how it's described, sentence 7. Brooks of water, of fountains and spring, flowing out in the valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, of vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive trees and honey, a land in which you will eat bread without scarcity, in which you will lack nothing. But, sentence 11, take care lest you forget the Lord your God. So you see, again, Christianity is not against prosperity. Right? In heaven, we will walk on streets paved with gold. The promised land was filled with all of these good stuff. Okay? God is not anti-good things. Please don't get us wrong tonight. But God is against people living for bread alone. Now, this is a fair test, okay? And I hope you guys don't unfairly criticize God for this, okay? Because I think we will be honestly hypocritical if we do, okay? So, because, look, if God is going to bring them to such an awesome place, He needs to know that they are really a people for Him, yes? He needs to know. And they need to be the people that will deserve that kind of place, right? I mean, just imagine Jack Ma's son. Okay, Jack Ma, billionaire from China. Do you think that Jack Ma's son should test the girl that he's dating right now? He should, right? Especially if he inherited his dad's looks. He definitely should, okay? Okay? Sorry, Jack Ma's son. I don't know how you look. Oh, sorry, Jack Ma. Sorry, Jack Ma. Okay? But come on, guys. Honestly, right? He should test because he's so rich, right? How do you know if the girl was for him because of him, or she's for him because she wants his, obviously not good looks, but money? Okay? And look, it's the same for us, don't we? We all want a partner that loves us for who we are. Because if she likes you because you can make money, what happens when you can't make money? What happens when she finds another guy who can make money better than you? Right, girls, if all he wants to do is have sex with you, what happens when he finds better sex elsewhere? So we get this. We all want people who will love us for us. So let's not judge God for testing people. He deserves a holy people. And I'd just like to point out that we're hypocritical, okay, when we judge Him for this, but we ourselves want those very same things. And to cap it all off as well, Israel failed the test. Right? In the end, they rejected the God who was with them. So if you look with me to Numbers 11, we see that the people started to complain. Right? Sentence 4. Oh, that we had meat to eat. Remember the fish we ate in Egypt that cost nothing. The cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. But now our strength is dried up, and there's nothing at all but this manna to look at. You know, like us, Israel shows that what they really care about is food in the end, instead of the God that they were made to belong to. Now, we Gentiles are no different, because if you look with me to that curious word there, sentence 4, that word rebel there, that referred to the group of people that came out of Egypt with Israel, who were not Israelites. Okay, essentially Gentiles, non-Jews. So we know that we are no different. And again, this proves what I've been trying to say tonight, which is they are a mirror of our soul, a case study for the rest of humanity. Because Romans 1 says this about us. Okay, non-Jews, Gentiles. Claiming to wise, they became fools. Okay, these are not my words, but God's words. Okay, God is saying that if you live for this world as if it's your everything, you're an idiot. And the worst part is you think you're smart, claiming to be wise. But you're a fool, because you just exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images resembling mortal men and creeping things. Can you guys see what God is saying to you tonight? The reason why we're always thirsty? We were made for an immortal God. That yearning you have for eternity, I know it's there. You know why? Because when we buy property, we pay more for freehold. All right, you guys know freehold and leasehold? Leasehold means you own the house for 99 years. Freehold means you own it forever. So you can pass it down to your future generations. You pay more when you want to buy a property that's freehold. So we all yearn for eternity. We want to live forever. We know that death is wrong, but yet we foolishly think that we can find our lives in created things when you were made for the immortal God. Like that stupid child that I was, that some of you were, who thought that he can live apart from his mother. We too take the good things of this world and we make it our everything, when everything was made for God. Now, this is how God's prophets, hundreds of years later, a man called Jeremiah, will describe the people of Israel. Look at how he describes them. Verse 12. Sentence 12 sounds like my mother when she was sarcastic. It's like, oh, be appalled, oh heavens, at this, be shocked. Be utterly desolate. Okay, why is he telling the heavens, the skies, to be shocked? Because, sentence 13, my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and hewed out cisterns for themselves, broken cisterns that can hold no water. Okay, here's a picture of a cistern. Okay, back then, if you couldn't get water from a well, right, there was no underground water source, you would create what was a cistern. Okay, back then, what they would do is they would dig a hole in the ground and they would plaster it, okay, so that the water wouldn't seep through. So they would collect rainwater, and that would be a reservoir, a container for water. Can you guys see what God is saying here, why he's so upset? Because his people have forsaken him, a fountain of living waters, and dig for themselves cisterns that are broken. No wonder why we're never satisfied. Our cisterns are broken. Water's just going to flow through into the porous soil. So, human beings, friends from tonight, we are made for this fountain of living waters. We were made to find our home in Him. Can you see that what you are building your life on are broken cisterns that just cannot give you life? Jesus understood this perfectly. When He came, He offered eternal life to the people that He was speaking to. You look with me to John. He understood what Jeremiah was speaking of. And here's what he said to a woman who was there to draw well. He says, whoever drinks of the water from this well, whoever drinks of this water from that well will be thirsty again. But whoever drinks of the water that I will give him will never be thirsty again, because it leads to eternal life. And although sentence 18 might seem rude, where he tells the woman that you have had 5 husbands, so she's a divorcee, and the one you have now is not your husband, Jesus is actually speaking graciously to her. He's telling her, why do you try to find your life in the things of this world? I know you have had 5 men, 5 husbands. I know the current guy you have is not your husband. But what you really need is me, God in the flesh. God who came to give you more than just bread alone. So sometimes when I look at you girls, I wonder, how many relationships you have to go through before you realize this, that your life is not found in a guy. Because ultimately you're made for God. And again, the problem is not the bread. The problem is you. The problem is not the houses that we try to build in. There's nothing wrong with Singapore. There's nothing wrong with Australia. The problem is the fact that you will make Australia your life when you were made for so much more. The problem is we are tenants who act like we own this place. So let's look at Matthew. This is what Jesus said of the religious leaders of his time, okay? Jewish religious leaders. I want to read this for us so we can appreciate this parable or story that he's telling them. There was a master of a house who planted a vineyard and put a fence around it and dug a wine press in it and built a tower and leased it to tenants and went into another country. When the season for fruit drew near, he sent his servants to the tenants to get his fruit. And the tenants took his servants and beat one, killed one, and stoned another. Again, he sent other servants more than the first, and they did the same to them. Finally, he sent his son to them, saying, "They will respect my son." But when the tenants saw the son, they said to themselves, "This is the heir. Come, let us kill him and have his inheritance." And he took him and threw him out of the vineyard and killed him. When, therefore, the owner of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those tenants? Now, although Jesus was here speaking to Jewish religious leaders, is this not true of us? Because as I've already shown you from God's word in Psalms 24, He made the world and everything in it. So why do you think you own anything? In fact, nothing is freehold in that sense, okay? He owns everything, including you and the things you enjoy. So why do you think you can just use it for yourself? If you go back to the parable of the tenant, the question that Jesus asked, I think, is fitting to ask us tonight. What will the owner do to those tenants when he returns? Because the earth and everything in it belongs to the Lord. Now, we have an especially privileged position because we were put in charge. Okay? Just like how the tenants were in charge of taking care of the vineyard, we human beings were different. We were made in the image of God, like I said. Okay? Like, have you ever seen a monkey ask the question, "Where do I belong?" No, right? Any monkeys here and get it? Table 2, table 5 got monkey? No, right? Please don't point at each other, okay? No monkeys, right? No monkeys. So many years of get it, not a single monkey sign up. You're different. Monkeys don't ask, "Where do I belong?" Monkeys just eat. Okay, recently I saw this video. I'm just amazed by it. It was a video of a gorilla having sex, okay? Don't ask me why that's in my feed, okay? It just showed up, okay? It's just one of those viral things, okay? But the gorilla guy is having sex with his gorilla wife and he's eating at the same time. And the photographer is videoing him, right? And he's okay, you know, he just stands, he just keep eating. And then I love the top comment. The top comment said, "Right wife, good life." You know? Like, dude, like, we're not gorillas, right? Then why do some of you live like that? Because when you live for bread alone, are you not no different from an animal? We were made for more. We were made to be known by God. But let's be honest, we don't care, right? Even after tonight, some of you might say, "Okay, Andy, I didn't know all this." Okay? But even if I told you this right now, will you become a Christian? Okay? If you want to be a Christian, praise God. Okay, we'll pray at the end and you can join me. But let's be honest, do you want to become a Christian? Just because you know that God is in control? You feel that pinch, right? Because you know it would mean that you can't live as if everything is yours to take. Now, we all have seen this before, I hope. This is usually pasted in condominiums of people who have not been paying their maintenance fees. Yeah? You all seen this before? Okay? Yeah, some of you, right? Shameful, right? They always put it on a public spot also, so everyone can see. You see the name, you see where they stay. Now, we know how to shame them, but newsflash for you, we are all on that list when it comes to God. We are all tenants who have not been paying Him our due. And guess what is the number beside your name? We are all on God's defaulter list. Because we have all been guilty of living for the good things of this world in exchange of His glory. People like us don't deserve to live in heaven. God is right to kick us out. Now, in case you don't believe me yet, okay, I just want to argue for this in terms of how we truly are on the inside. Right? Some of you might think, no lah, I'm still a good person. I don't kill people, you know. But you think about killing, right? Okay, I don't know if this is just me, but sometimes if I drive, okay, I see someone I don't like, sometimes I just go like, oh, maybe if I just, or maybe, I mean, do you guys think that? Okay, maybe I'm the only evil person here. But look, if I give you a Death Note, some of you watch anime, Death Note, I think half of your table might be dead already. Right? Oh, she cut in front of me when I went to get food. Okay, die. Hey, what's your name? Oh, you didn't smile at me. Okay, right then. Okay? If thoughts could kill people, we will all be murderers. So let's be real tonight, right? Just because you didn't kill anyone doesn't mean you are a good person. Let's not have such low standards for ourselves. We all know that we were made for more. We all know that we were made to be faithful. My I will is I will. My yes is yes. My no is no. And we all want people to treat us that way too. But we're not like that. And it all has to do with the fact that we have seek to find our lives in the things of this world as opposed to our Creator. Now, the way God camped with Israel in the wilderness exposes the depth of this problem that the Bible calls sin. So here is a map, okay? A diagram of how God camped with his people Israel. So like I said, every Sunday we have been learning from the book of Numbers. And in Numbers, God is with his people in the wilderness, and this is a picture of how he stayed with them. Okay, think of it like a temporary home before they would find their home in the promised land. And the first thing that we'll point out to you is, you see God is at the center, okay? His tent is in the middle. But notice how there are two layers. There's an inner circle called the Levites and the priests, and then the outer layer are the tribes. Okay, don't worry about all those names. You can ask your Christian friend who brought you. They'll be more than happy to explain. We've been going through that. Each of those names represent one of the tribes of Israel, and the Levites are a tribe. Now, as they were in the wilderness, God was preparing his people for war, right? Because the promised land they would have to take over from existing inhabitants. But although being counted for the war was important, if you look at the passages in front of you in Numbers 1, right? God did a census, chapter 1, sentence 2. He was counting people who are able to go to war. Curiously, in chapter 1, sentence 47, a tribe was left out. But the Levites were not to be counted. And why were they left out? It's because they have a very specific task. In fact, a task that was more important than fighting a war. You might wonder what could be more important than that. Well, sentence 51, they were to put to death. They were to execute any outsider that comes near. And sentence 53, they were to camp around the tabernacle, around that center tent, and to keep guard of it. And the other people of Israel were meant to stay at a distance. Okay? They were meant to pitch their tents by their companies, sentence 52, while the Levites are to surround God's tent. So if you go back to the diagram, that's what the camp looked like. And the middle tent, I'm just going to explain this so it will help with later Bible verses. If you look at the middle tent, it contains these holy things. So do we have that slide? It contains these holy things. Okay, the court. So you'll notice that there are a few divisions, right? So the basin and the altar are in the outer courts. Okay, and then inside the tent you have two layers. You have what we call the holy place and the most holy place. All those things are made of gold, right? The lampstand, the incense altar, the table of showbread, and the ark of the covenant represents God's presence. Okay, God dwelling with his people. and that is in the most holy place. Now, if we go back to the diagram, what is this supposed to communicate to us? Right? What does it mean that for God to dwell with his people, the Levites have to surround him? An entire tribe have to surround him. Well, it is communicating that although God is here, you can't come near. Because that is how angry he is with our sin. Okay, so let me illustrate it this way. Sorry, I don't have a girl version of this, okay? But guys, we all know that with our girlfriends or wife, there are different levels of angry, correct? Okay, hear me out. There are different. If she doesn't want to talk to you, that's level 1, okay? In fact, some of us might call it a blessing, right? You take your time, okay? You're like, take your time, right? Sorry, girls. Just trying to wake up the guys a bit. But you take your time, right? Okay? But no, okay, you should talk to her, it should make it work. But if she doesn't want to talk to you, that's level 1. If she does the shoulder thing, you know the shoulder thing? You try to, and then she's like, don't touch me. Okay, that's level 2. Okay? That's a bigger problem, right? That's a bigger problem. Okay? But if she leaves the house, okay, that's serious, right? That's serious. But what if she leaves the house and then comes back with a bunch of intimidating looking guys surrounding her, okay? And the guy says, she's not ready to talk to you right now, okay? Don't come near. I already told you, and if she doesn't want to talk to you, okay? If you come near, I have to break your arm. Okay, she doesn't want to talk to you right now. Okay, that's serious, right? Now, this picture is a measure of your sin. Okay, it shows us how seriously God takes the problem of sin. In fact, how angry he is. Right? Just like we can understand with our girlfriends, if she comes home with a bunch of intimidating looking guys, you know your relationship has changed, maybe permanently. Right? Now every time I talk to you, every time you want to talk to her, you have to talk to the guys. Oh my goodness. Okay, you can't even hug her anymore. Something has profoundly changed. That's how serious sin is to God. That for him to even be among his people, he needs to surround himself with Levites, whose job, by the way, is to kill you if you approach him unauthorized. This picture of the camp is a measure of our sin. Okay, now in case some of you are thinking, all these are stories, right? These things didn't really happen. Look with me to Numbers chapter 1, sentence 1. Okay? Look at the detail that the authors of the Bible write with. Sentence 1. The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tent of meeting, on the first day of the second month, in the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt. Okay, is that not detailed enough? There you have date. You got day, you got month, you got year, you have place. You want to pretend Egypt doesn't exist? Sinai, by the way, is a mountain, name of a mountain. So wilderness of Sinai means that they're in the wilderness near that Mount Sinai region. So I think maybe you are the one that's illogical when you think, Christians, you guys believe in a book that's not real. The Bible is history. It is God speaking to us in history. It's not a book that we believe or I believe just because I want to feel better about this world. It is a God who spoke to us in history with dates and maps and location. Okay? I mean, if you don't believe me, think about what's happening right now, right? The war that might start, right? Between Israel and etc. Are you going to say that are you going to deny that existence? Do you know that the reason why they have conflict is because of Israel believing that the promised land is theirs when the Arab nations disagree? So what? Just because you don't want to follow God, you're going to say that an entire nation lied? So Moses lied lah. Israel lied lah. I'm lying lah. Right? Every Christian in the world is a liar. Your Christian friend's a liar lah. Is it? Just so that you can do whatever you want? So later, after I get off and you talk to your friend, don't do that honestly, immature thing of just saying, this is not real. This is history, guys. Just as the war we see about to happen today is a result of thousands of years ago, our lives too are affected by this. Okay. Now, going back to the camp, not only do the Levites have a prime position or a really critical position in ensuring the safety and existence of the camp, we see their significance in the age requirements. Okay, so if you look at the next slide, you'll see that there is a stricter requirement for the Levites, right? So for those who want to go to war, you just got to be 20 years and older. But for the Levites, you have to be at least 30 years old to 50. Okay? 30 means you are more mature. 50 means you are not too weak to carry the items. Okay, because that was their job. That was the job of the Levites, to pitch the tent of the meeting, God's tent, and to set it down and set it up and carry it when they're moving. So now you might think, it's not an important thing, right? Just carry only, ma. More important is to fight the war, ma. But you see, God prioritizes the Levites because they are essential to the existence of the camp. They're in fact the most important part of the camp in order for God to be with his people. So if you look at Numbers 4, Numbers 4 verse 15, you see their job was to carry. But look at sentence 15, the highlighted part, they must not touch the holy things lest they die. So can you see again the gravity of the problem of sin? Even the Levites who are entrusted, specifically the Kohathites here, they are a subgroup within the Levites, who are trusted to carry the most holy things, they can't even touch it lest they die. Now, not only that, they can't even look at it. So if we look at the next slide, sentence 20, they shall not go in to look at the holy things even for a moment, lest they die. Even the Levites, the so-called bodyguards, who are to kill people who approach, right? They themselves also are at threat of death if they don't approach God in his way. Now, when I think about this, the closest person I can think about is the Agong, actually. Because you guys know when you drive past the Agong's palace, there's this sign, literally a guy holding a gun, saying that if you trespass, he will shoot you dead. Okay. But even the Agong, you can look at him, you can still live. But God, he's so holy that even if you look at his things, you need to be executed, even if you are his priest. So this camp is really a measure of how big of a problem God has with us. Now, I understand that you might find it hard to accept, okay? Because the whole world tells us that the problem is always outside of us, okay? Just date and you realize this, okay? We always say the problem is outside of us, right? It's not us. But look at this picture. Okay? Now, I'm sorry for the I don't know how to describe it, okay? But you know what I'm sorry for, okay? But the reason why I show this picture is, I want to ask the guys, right? Wouldn't you want to be the guy on the bottom? Right? Honestly, she's gorgeous, right? Right? If it's just you and her alone and she wants to do it with you, why not? She looks amazing. Now, I don't know how many of you know this, but she is actress Amber Heard. Yeah, okay? Let's look at the next picture. Now, she's still beautiful, right? This is a picture taken of a court case with, what's his name? Johnny Depp, her ex-husband. You probably would have heard about it. It was widely publicized in 2022. I think almost for a few months, every day we will hear about, the terrible things that were happening, okay? Now, okay, guys, will you still want to have sex with her if you know who she was really is on the inside? Okay, next morning you might wake up and there's shit on the bed. Dude, it's fact, okay? Now, we all know to judge Amber Heard, right? We say, oh, you're so beautiful, you know how to act, so bad, this girl. How can she do those things? But you are Amber Heard. Because we present our best selves, don't we? I mean, we always show the good side of us, but inside, we know we are full of. We are rotten to the core. In fact, Jesus described human beings as whitewashed tombs. You're white on the outside, you look clean, but inside is a rotting corpse. So guys, let's be honest tonight, right? When else do you have time to think about this? Okay? You want to get life, I want to get life too. But how's that going for you? Just getting life alone. I think if you're really honest, you'd say you're not satisfied. And that's because you have not been getting God, and then therefore getting life. Okay? Let's cut the facade. Let's not pretend that we are good people. One of the things that I always regret is when I was young, my aunties will always say I'm a very good boy. I have a good boy face, right? Yeah, I know. And I look like, I can never do anything wrong. I always help them carry their bags. Then my grandma always say, Andy, lu jing guai. You're a very good boy, you tak chik, you study, you carry. But you know what? At night I was watching Naked Girls. And I felt like killing some of the people in my class. Right? And I know I'm not the only one. We look good on the outside, but we know our real selves are just full of. And so our only hope is in Jesus. In fact, our only hope is in a God who still wants to build his heavenly home. Look with me to Numbers 4. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "Let not the tribe of the clans of the Kohathites be destroyed from among the Levites, but deal thus with them, that they may live and not die when they come near to the most holy things." Look at that. What does it mean for the God who tells people to execute people to tell them to do their job properly so that these people can live? Okay, so just a bit of context. Aaron and his sons were to go in and to cover properly. Right? God is saying, you go in, Aaron and your sons, the priests, cover the thing properly, then pass to the Kohathites so that they don't see or touch and then die. Because I want them to live. I don't want them to die. Some of you think God doesn't care about you. But he does. Just because this world is cursed, and rightly so by him, just because we suffer and die doesn't mean he doesn't care. He doesn't want to curse the world. He's a good God. He doesn't want people to die. He'd rather you live. But at the same time, he will not hesitate to execute anyone who disobey him. Now, if you meet that kind of person, what does that tell you? Well, I think it tells you that the problem is you, not him, right? If a guy fundamentally does not want to kill, but will kill because he cares about life, doesn't that show you that the problem is you? When Zack Snyder, I think the director, when his Superman movie came out, there was a lot of criticism because his Superman killed. Superman is not supposed to kill. He's supposed to be the guy that no matter how you chocho him or annoy him, he will not kill you. But in this scene, he snaps that guy's head and he killed him, even though he tried his best not to. He killed General Zod in that case. Can you see the point? We are so evil that the only way to save the damage that you and I have done to the world is death and judgment. Now, if you have a problem with that, don't take it up to God. Okay? Maybe you should look in the mirror. Because he doesn't want to kill, but he judges us. What does that say about you? Because in the end, what actually makes heaven home, where we belong, is not food, okay? It's not like bread alone. It's not even sex. By the way, there's no sex in heaven. It's not even just having big houses. In the end, right, what makes heaven heaven, which I know you and I want, is a people that can actually love. a people that can actually be like God, a people that is faithful like Him, a people whose yes will be yes, a people whose no will be no. Guys who can look at girls and not undress them in their minds. Girls that can look at guys and not manipulate them for their attention. Okay? And I know you've been used to it. You guys have been accepting it. Now I'm hearing from the younger guys, the younger students that I take care of, they say in their schools, and we're talking about 17, 19-year-olds, the girls give guys hand jobs before exams. Okay, and they feel good about it because they're like, whoa, you know, I can make a guy feel good. And then the guy feels good because he gets to de-stress, but they're not in any relationship. Can you see how far we have fallen short of the glory of the Creator? You were made for so much more. Now, the good news is heaven can actually be filled with that kind of people because this God is here to build His home. Okay, think about your Christian friend. I hope they are not just like the world. I hope when you think about your Christian friends who brought you today, you can see that they are different. And maybe that's why you came, to check us out. Right? You can see that although they work hard at work, sometimes they don't chase that promotion. Okay, not because they are not ambitious, but because they have this true treasure. You know, maybe they told you, oh no, I can't go out tonight. You know, I got church music practice. And you ask, hey, why? It's so important, man. Just hang out lah, have fun lah. Don't you want to be promoted? Hang out with the boss lah. You know? That's not because they don't like alcohol or they're against that. Those are good things in the world that God has made. But it's because they see this bigger treasure. They want to practice for that geddit performance item so that you can be here thinking now and thinking with me on these things. Now, our only hope of getting that sort of heaven where we are truly made to belong is in Jesus because He is the center of God's plan to build that home. And that is seen in how Jesus is the only human being who truly honored God as His maker. So you look with me to Matthew 4. Here it speaks about Jesus' time in the wilderness. Okay, now He was just as how God intentionally led the nation of Israel into the wilderness to be tested. Centuries later, He would do the same with Jesus. Okay? Now, there was nothing wrong for Jesus to turn those stones into bread. Okay? Nothing wrong with bread, like I've been trying to say the whole night. But Jesus knew what was the context of this test. He knew how Israel felt. And by the way, Israel was hungry, right? But Jesus was starving. He was fasting for 40 days. Okay? But He still did not turn stone into bread because He wanted to prove the point that His Father is teaching you tonight. Sentence 4, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God. Even when He was starving, Jesus would rather die than not live for God. Because if you look with me to sentence 8, you'll see He knows what the devil is up to. He took Him to a very high mountain and showed Him the kingdoms of the world and their glory. You know, what we all lust after. Australia, New York City. And He said, worship me and I'll give these things to you. But Jesus says, you shall worship the Lord your God and Him only shall you serve. Can you see how Jesus sees life truly? He knows who we were designed to be. Unlike us, who chase after the things of this world, He looks at them and knows that we were not meant to live for those things. Because to truly belong is to be with the Holy God, to be His. Now, you might be shocked to see that Satan has this power, right? To give the things of the world to Jesus. But that is the reality. So let me ask you this, right? What does it mean for you if you live for this world then? You think you're free, right? Or I do whatever I want. Ooh, you know? You're not free. You're actually working for Satan. And I think we get that, right? When you chase that promotion at work, when you think you'll be happy if you just work in a multinational, maybe you go back to a government-led company or whatever, you go through your Monday and Friday, and then the weekend come, and then you repeat and you go through Monday and Friday? Does that not feel like slavery? Where you're always chasing, but you can never be fully satisfied? You're not free. Another part of the Bible, the book of Ecclesiastes, will speak of this problem that rich people have. Right? He says, the poor person sleeps better than the rich guy. Because the poor person got less bills to pay. The rich guy has to keep making money to keep feeding his upkeep, to keep paying his bills. So unlike us, Jesus shows us what it truly means to live. And you know, those Israelites, they were so stupid to want to go back to Egypt for meat. Because Egypt were their slave masters, you know. And they're so delusional that they think that life is found there. Now, the same is said of us. When we think that we were always meant to live for the things of this world, you are actually enslaved. Because this is what Ephesians 2 says. This is a description of the state of humanity. We are actually following the prince of the power of the air. That's referring to Satan. Even as we live for the passions of our flesh, none of us are ever truly free. And so our only hope is in the Jesus who, in his perfect obedience, fulfilled everything that the Levites and the priests stood for. You know, just as the camp could only exist with the Levites being around God's tent, we can only truly have life with God. Hopefully you're kind of saying that, yeah, I do belong to God. We can only belong to God and have life with him in Jesus. So if you look at Hebrews, I'm just going to read it for us because I know there's a lot of words on the slide. You can follow along. Sentence 2. This is things that I was trying to describe earlier about the setup or the arrangement of the camp. Sentence 2, for a tent was prepared. The first section, in which were the lampstand and the table and the bread of the presence, it is called the holy place. Remember, there were two sections. Now, behind the second curtain was the second section called the most holy place, having the golden altar of incense and the ark of the covenant covered on all sides with gold, in which was a golden urn holding the manna, and Aaron's staff that budded, and the tablets of the covenant. Above it were the cherubim of glory oversharing the mercy seat. Of these things we cannot now speak in detail. Now, this New Testament writer here, he is describing the old system. But look at what changed when Jesus came, right? In the next verse. Okay, if you look at the next verse. But when Christ appeared as a high priest of the good things that have come, then through the greater and more perfect tent, not made with hands, that is not of his creation, he entered once for all into the holy place, not by means of the blood of goats and calves, but by means of his own blood, thus securing eternal redemption. Back then, the priest, only the high priest could enter the most holy place once, and he had to sacrifice an animal to pay the price for his sins. But Jesus entered by his own blood, that blood referring to his death on the cross. For if, sentence 13, if the blood of goats and bulls and the sprinkling of defiled persons with the ashes of a heifer sanctify for the purification of the flesh, how much more will the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without blemish to God, purify our conscience from dead works to serve the living God? See, in the end, the only hope for any of us to find our home in God is through Jesus' death on the cross. That's why Christians speak about his death on the cross so much. Because without him, none of us can come home. And you see that word conscience there in sentence 14? He has purified our conscience from dead works to serve the living God. That's talking about, you know that feeling where you know this is wrong, you know you shouldn't do that, but you keep doing it? Where you know that you're committed to this person, but you really want to have sex with that other girl, and you keep saying, I don't have sex with her, don't have sex with her, and then you have sex with her. You know that inner voice, that conscience, that maybe torments some of you, where you know it's wrong, but you still do it. Jesus died so that you can be purified from that, conscious from dead works to serve the living God. He died so that you can be who you always wanted to be who you want your spouse to be, your boyfriend, your girlfriend to be, your friends to be. That is the good news of Christianity, right? When you look at your Christian friends, they are not less evil than you, okay? They might have less appetite for alcohol, whatever, but inside they are amber herds, just like you. The only difference is they know that they are amber herds, and what they need is this Jesus Christ to save them. And in fact, they're actually in their being different, because now that they have trusted Him, He has purified their conscience to be able to serve God. And that can be true for you tonight as well. You just need to see and understand what God has so clearly said to you tonight, that you are evil for making your home in this world while ignoring the Creator all this while. You know, it's really terrible how we treat God. It's like, imagine every day you take the train, but after you take the train, you walk past the engineer who designed the train, who keeps it running, and you spit at him every day. Okay? That's what we do to God, you know. When we enjoy the food in Get It tonight, we enjoy our friendship, but we say no to Him. Only a fool will do that, right? If you do that to the engineer of the train, don't be surprised if he hijack the train and kill you. Yeah. But God, although He does do that, and He has every right to do that, because we are the rascals that treat Him poorly and deserve death, He instead pours that wrath on His Son. Because only by the means of His sacrifice. Look at sentence 12, Hebrews 9, sentence 12. How can we have this eternal redemption to be freed from our slavery from sin? It is only through Jesus' blood. So all those Levitical priesthood system, right, that you saw, that made it possible for a holy God to be with His people, Jesus fulfilled all of that by being the great high priest who went in His perfect obedience to die on the cross. Because when He went to the cross, it was to pay for the price of our sins, so that God's wrath is fully satisfied and we can be forgiven by Him. God forsake His Son, the only one who truly belonged, so that us rebel tenants can be brought back home. You dare ignore this historical fact? You know, if the arrangement of the camp was not enough as a historical fact to prove to you that God has a problem with you, this should do it. Right? You're going to ask yourself, why did Jesus die? If you were so perfect, if you were such a good person, why did an innocent man have to die? Is it not because you are in reality just like Amber Heard? You and I? This picture is the ultimate measure of our sin. So listen to Jesus and trust Him. You know, some of you trust in science. But honestly, scientists don't really know what they're doing as well. That's why they call it theories. No one really knows how the world starts. Okay, don't just blindly trust everything you read. Okay, those are theories. Okay, microevolution you can observe in experiments. That's true, but we've never seen it result in macroevolution, where actually it can result in a new species. Right? People use that to disprove the fact that there had to be a creator, but they don't really know. Neither do you. But listen to God on this. Listen to Jesus and trust Him. Because this is what He says to you and I tonight. Mark 8. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his soul? For what can a man give in return for his soul? You hear that question, guys? What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his soul? All this while, you've been trying to gain the world. Right? You've been drinking and drinking and drinking, but you're always thirsty. When are you going to wake up and realize that there's more to this than just the world? There's something more precious. That is your soul. What's the point if you have a bigger house? There's always a bigger house. What's the point if you have more zeros in your bank account and you die and then you meet God and you get judged? You do that at the expense of your soul. Can you hear what Jesus is saying to you? Get God, get life. You were never designed just to live for bread alone. Just like any idiot knows that you don't run a car by engine oil alone. I know you need engine oil. You need food. Yeah, we have to makan. We have to cari makan, it's true. But you were made for more than that. Your soul is at stake. If you only live for this world and at the expense of your soul, ignoring your Creator, what is the point? Because on that final judgment day, sentence 38, what can you give in return for your soul? You know? Because all the dead are going to be raised. Okay? Do you think you meet Jesus, you're like, oh, you must be Jesus, right? Yeah, I heard about you from Geddit or whatever, you know. Sorry lah, okay, I didn't live for you, but here are my diamonds lah. Oh crap, where's my diamonds? Aiyo, my stupid wife didn't pack, I told her to pack for me. Sorry lah. Do you think you can give diamonds, a house on Holland Road, when the price for your soul is the death of his son? Jesus will tell you, shh, I don't know you. Go to hell. Because there are treasures on earth and there are treasures in heaven. Look at Matthew 6. Listen to Jesus on this, guys. Again, I hope you don't get me wrong. The whole night I've been trying to tell you this. We are not against the good things of this world. There are treasures on earth. But the problem is they don't last. I hope by now you can see that. They don't last. That's the problem. Christianity is not don't have fun. Christianity is use your brain. Okay? Treasures on earth don't last. Seek treasures in heaven that do last. And you can trust Jesus on this, okay? He didn't just talk. He lived this out. And he showed signs for it, which later I'll show you very soon. Because in the end, the treasure is to be known by your Creator in His Son. And I believe we all innately understand this, being people who are made in God's image. Like, no matter how old you grow, you want your parents to just say, good job. You know, I can see that in my dad and his siblings. My grandma is 96. Recently, we had to talk about inheritance stuff, okay? And I can tell they would just wish that she would trust them. Okay, but she's worried. But I can tell they are still kids. They want the approval of their parents. One of the sweetest things a human being can hear is for your dad or your mom to say, good job, I'm proud of you. You did well. Now, I think that is innately in all of us because ultimately we were made to find joy in being pleased by our Creator, in our Creator being pleased with us. Look at number 6. You know, this is in some sense a climax in the book of Numbers. Now that God has dwelt among His people and His people has been obedient, they have set up the arrangements that are required for a holy God to be with a sinful people. God says this to the priests. He says, he says this to Moses to tell the priests in sentence 23, which is Aaron and his sons. Tell the people these sentences. Bless the people of Israel, you shall say to them, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make His face shine upon you. In the end, the sweetest words any of us can hear is for our Creator to say, I am pleased with you. Okay? He doesn't say that because He looks at us. We will still be sinners. But He can say that because He looks at Christ, who lived that perfect life. And you know what's amazing about heaven? We will actually be the type of people that His face will shine upon. We can actually be that holy people in heaven. We will. Now, like I said earlier, you can trust Jesus. He didn't simply talk. Okay, He backed it up with signs. Look at this in Mark. Okay, He healed people from sicknesses almost instantly. Sorry for the many words, but you can just focus on the highlights. Right? You look at sentence 25 and 26, He cast out demons. Okay, so much so that in verse 27, when people saw his teaching, it was a teaching with authority. You see that? He didn't just talk like most of us. He proved that he was in fact bringing a better kingdom, a lasting kingdom in his works, in what he calls signs. Simon's mother-in-law was ill with a fever. He came, took her hand, instantly healed. Even raised a girl from the dead. Can you see how these are things that we all want? None of us want to be sick. None of us want to die. Right? Demon possession, bad. So what's stopping you from following him? Is it not that you're again contradicting yourself, where you want a good life, but you just don't want this good creator? You can't have either or. Because to truly belong is to belong to Jesus. Stop being a problem and come back to God. Because it's only in Jesus that we are truly at home. And with this holy God, only his house will stand on that judgment day. Okay, let me just read this to you. Matthew 7. Hear Jesus on this. You have heard God speak in his word tonight. Listen to what Jesus calls you to do. Everyone then who hears these words of mine and does them will be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house, but it did not fall because it had been founded on the rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not do them will be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat against the house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. Some of you think religion is a spectrum of choices, right? It's just up to you. It's a matter of opinion. You can choose this or you can choose that. More English speaking, you become Christian law. More Chinese speaking, you be Buddhist law. But hopefully, from tonight, you can see that that's nonsense. For Jesus and for God, and in reality, there are only two types of houses at the end of the day. The house that is built on Jesus' words, everything that you've heard tonight, or one that is still built on your own life. And those are sandcastles that will not survive that judgment day, that final judgment day. So, I don't want to hear you say, I don't know after this. Okay? I know, okay, this is not my first get it. I know after this, you guys will just, some of you might say, okay, I don't know lah, I know. The guy said many things I don't really understand, so I don't know lah, okay? You believe what you believe, oh. You're not allowed to say that. Because these are matters of life and death. It's not a matter of opinion. Unless your life is built on Jesus' words, you are going to hell. Do you understand? Because all other ground is sinking sand. You were never meant to make your life or find your life in bread alone. You need this Jesus. Think about it. Because at the end of the day, there will be two types of lists, and everyone's name will be on either one. Okay? We all know how important it is to know what list your name is on, right? Like you think about Epstein's list, right? None of us want to be on that, right? Now, on the final day, there will be two types of books with all of our names on it. And unless your name is written in sentence 15, in the book of life, you will be thrown into the lake of fire. So again, there's no such thing as neutrality when it comes to God. I mean, this is so scary that I'd rather my name be on the Epstein list than on the list to hell. So one day we will all stand before God. And that's scary, right? That phrase there, stand before. You're being examined, by your maker. I mean, this is not the best example, but recently I went to the dentist and I'm scared, okay? Like standing before a dentist, opening my mouth. It's bad when the first thing she says, when was the last time you had a checkup? Okay, that's bad, okay? But the constant, open your mouth bigger, then you're very pain, But I need all of that shit to be cleaned out, right? Same for us. One day we will all stand before God. And although it's scary, don't wait for that day. Why not you do it right now with your friends? You have heard God speak in His Word. Don't wait for that day, because it will be too late then. So the important question tonight, although we started with this question, where do I belong? The really crucial question actually is not where do I belong, as if you are the one deciding your fate. But the crucial question is, does God have you in His list? Or will He on that final day say, I never knew you, get the hell out? In fact, Jesus is the one saying this, and He was saying it to people who thought they were Christian. Okay? So as much as at Get It, we try our best to make it easy for you to think and relate to these things. Don't become a Christian just because you like the friend that brought you. Okay? Or you like to learn stuff. Don't just become a Christian because you like the people here. Make sure you're a Christian only for God alone. You can't fool Him, because He knows who are His. In the end, for any of us to return home, it's only by the grace of God. Now, your Christian friend, like I said earlier, is no different from you. The only difference is he or she understands that Christ is the pearl of greatest price. In fact, they get it so much that they can actually see everything in this world as crap compared to that. So this is something that Paul, one of the church leaders, said. And look at how he describes the things of this world after he has become a Christian. You see, like I said earlier, there's nothing wrong with food and the things of the world that we enjoy. But if you truly understand the magnitude of your sin against God and what you deserve and what His Son has done for you, you'll be so appreciative of that even the good things of the world will be shit compared to the surpassing worth of knowing Christ. I'm not just swearing because I like to do it, but sentence 8, that word rubbish there, is more accurately translated as shit. It's the kind of word where if it was on your table, you would definitely leave. So, and that's what it means to be a Christian at the end of the day. Okay? In heaven, the roads will be paved with gold. But none of us are there for that. Our eyes will be fixed on the God that we can finally be with. That's heaven. Now, if you can see life this way, you can see the surpassing worth of knowing Christ, such that even a good world will be crap, then welcome home. Right? Brother or sister, you are now truly at home, if you can see it this way. Consider this the start of your growth as a Christian, as that new humanity that Jesus died and was raised for. But for those of you who are still stubbornly resisting this, remember, only one house will stand on that judgment day. You will most definitely go to hell if you continue rejecting this Jesus. So turn away from your sins, like what your Christian friends here have done. Okay? Because to truly belong in the end of the day is to be with this home that will last on that final day, to be with Christ and His church, His new people, your friends that brought you here. That is where you're truly at home. So I'm going to now lead us in prayer to God. Praying is just talking to God, okay? It's just talking to God. So those of you who want to repent from your sins, you can say this prayer with me. And as I'm praying, if any of you later recognize your need to say these words to God, you can join me as well. Okay, let's pray. Thank you, Lord, for teaching me these things. Thank you for showing me who I am and what a failure I've been. I acknowledge that I've lived my life for myself, for this world, and therefore I've lived against you because I belong to you. You are worthy of all things, and I've ignored you in my life. Please forgive me for my delusion. And thank you for changing my mind by your Spirit. Thank you for showing me that there is an eternal home in your Son. So help me to live this new life and to love others. A life that trusts in you for salvation from your judgment. Thank you for making me a Christian tonight, and I pray that I'll be obedient to you and keep learning from you in your word. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Now, as Andy has gotten us to reflect, we're all trying to find a home, a place to belong. And maybe tonight, something is stirred in you, a question or a curiosity. If that's you, we'd like to invite you to Look-See, a guided journey through what Christianity is all about. So speak to the person who brought you here, and they'll tell you more about it. We'd also like to warmly welcome you back to next Sunday, where it's specially dedicated for those of you who are new to us, Guest Sunday, where we'd like to introduce you to the God we love and His church. Now, as we end the night, we've prepared some desserts for you, assorted cheesecakes and some tarts. But let us continue to think about this. Does God have you in His list? Have a